Hello everyone. Can you hear me okay? How you doing? Hey, it's good to see us. I hope everyone's been having a good week. What y'all up to? I am excited to be finishing this myself today. I've been looking forward to this. Oh, it took a bit longer than I thought to get to the second half, but we're doing it today, sure. We got there. You're pretty pog. You're too kind. Eating cookies, living the dream. Playing The Sims. Crime time. That sounds like something a cartoon villain would say. It's time to commit to crime time. Like... That doesn't sound real. Von Karma be like... How's your week been? I've been quite sick. I'm still quite sick, but I'm kind of just taking things day by day. And if I basically feel up for a stream, I'm doing a stream. The streaming makes me happy, and I enjoy it. Oh, nice. I'm sick too. Sick gang, rise up. Yeah, I mean, I'm gradually on the mend. It's just gonna take a while, but take things day by day. It's basically how it is. Like, if you're ever wondering what the status of the stream is the next while, check the Discord. Like, that stream notice channel, I will post every day I am live or I'm not live. So just check it. Like, it's the easiest thing to do. I'll try and give like an update in advance of each stream. Status of stream. Panic. Who would win in a fistfight, Von Karma or should be fired judge? Von Karma, you're landing a lot of heavy blows in my abdomen. Yes, but you see, I was training when I left the court, Mr. Judge. I knew this day would come. I think Von Karma would win. He's the final boss. I think Von Karma could probably do like a good Sephiroth cosplay or something like that. I could see him playing that role. The world will suffer, Cloud. Meteors will rain down from the heavens. No, Von Karma should be in Smash Bros. Clearly. That's the takeaway here. But Edward already has Sephiroth hair going. True. And he is edgier. He is edgier. Oh, God. I'm kind of sad. This is the last Phoenix Wright stream for a good while. We're going to finish the game today. We're doing the last of the final case. We're at the start of... Trial 2, I think. We're gonna press on. It's gonna be a long boy stream. And we're gonna try and do it all. Assuming we get through it in like the next 6 to 8 hours. I think this is it. So it's gonna be a fun one. Venus was in Tekken or something, wasn't he? I think it was in Marvel vs. Capcom. It's like half the case for him to be in Smash Bros. Is that he was in that game. I think it'd be fucking hilarious if Phoenix Wright made it in. I think I've gone back and forth on Smash predictions. I've been of the team like I want to see Crash Bandicoot in Smash, but I think for the final one, I think it's gonna be a twofer because I think there's gonna be a surprise at the end. I think it's gonna be either Phoenix Wright or Dr. Eggman. Those are the two I'm like hedging my bets on now. Where I think one of them would work really well and be kind of ridiculous. But I think it's going to be one of those two and Waluigi. I think it's gonna be a twofer like that. Because I think it's gonna be like a last surprise. Because I know that if he was added to the game, like, the internet would fucking break. Like, it would be insane, because, like, holy shit, it's happening. But yeah, those are my bets. I'd say. I don't think Crash is going to happen at this point, but that's okay. I don't think Sora is going to happen. I know a lot of people gunning for it. But whoever it is, honestly, you know, it's gonna be cool. Be the end of an era. I've even kind of come around to the Tekken guy. I think he's actually quite fun, and it's cool to have him repped. I know I was very bitter when he was at it because, well, Nintendo was doing really bullshit practices on Twitch. So I, like, fucking hated the character. But he's actually quite fun in the game. Gumshoe for Smash. Yeah, so I think it's going to be Phoenix Wright or Dr. Eggman. Those are my two bets. And I think it's one of those two and Waluigi. That's the prediction I'm going out on. One of those two and Waluigi. And then I think that's it. Their intro for him was still really weak. I think that still stands. Yeah, it was probably like the shittest intro of the lot of them. It's just not exciting. Like, they didn't do him justice. Ah, God. 3 new Fire Emblem reps. My God. It's like green-haired Mart. Oh, no, wait, no, we have green-haired Mart. It's red-haired... No, we have red-haired Mart. What color hair Mart have we done? Yellow hair Mart? Have we done that one? Have we done purple? I think we've done purple. There's like 5 different Marts. It's so hard to tell. Cyan. Voldemort. My God, the final character. Oh, God. Alright, so final Smash Bros. Character. I can't wait for another Mart from Fire Emblem to be in the game. 'Cause God knows we've only got like 8 of those right now. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. The final case. Rise from the Ashes. Day 3. Let's go. Thank you to everyone who's just been given subs and bits there too. It's good to have you all here. Okay, I gotta remember all the voices because it's been a while. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? Yeah, she was kind of peppy. I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all. Oh, Lana's butting in. Lana was like a low monotone assertive, I think. The victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. That was Lana, yeah? Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. This detail will not be significant in the upcoming trial whatsoever. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. That's when I commit crime. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. Police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't see capital punishment. That's what I mean now. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Sky. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They believe they belong to Officer Jake Marshall, a cowboy lad. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall. You have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Like, she still knows something we don't, but she just refuses to talk to us. She's gonna be no help. But thankfully, Edgeworth always seems to be left in the dark too. God love him. Here we go. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lada Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? I've just ignored the court proceedings at this point. We're supposed to introduce the case before we get into the details, but, you know, I just want to press on today. What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. And that's what set Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. Unlike you, Phoenix. You sound like you don't know jack shit. Edgeworth's winging it. That's why I like him more than you. If I had to choose one of you to be my boyfriend, it would be Edgeworth. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait. Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Oh, it's Meekins again. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be the murderer, sir. Not a good start. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is, sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. I'm one of those millennials you hear so much about, sir. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. He's too young. I don't understand TikTok. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. I have no initiative, sir. That's what how the older generations depict us, sir. Can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Fucking Zoomers. Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. But that's straight up not what he said in the detention center. He said he didn't do it. He had a knife and everything went dark. Why is he just admitted to murder all of a sudden? So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. Do unto others before they do unto you. That's a real paranoid motto. I'm gonna hurt you first before you've got the chance to get me. I see. Then you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Yeah, we gotta press. Preemptive self-defense. Okay, why are you assigned? It's not your normal duty. Mr. Meekins, you worked in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the chief of detectives, sir. Oh no, this thing again. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. That was like a very, important mission, I suppose. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? Yeah, I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. Was he not already in the room? In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? Which one is Meekins, actually? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh? But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Oh shit. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when? Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Okay, so we've updated the ID card record. We still don't have, like, lucky number 7, who was the first person in the evidence room that day. Yeah, I was suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir, a knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. Not exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. Like an octopus? That's how I got this gash in my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be. When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. Fought for my life, then I did it. I just want to inspect. I just want to check this real quick. So, 20 past 4 is when this other person entered. If he was knocked unconscious, who left using his ID? Oh no, he rushed in after him. Right. So he dropped it off, he left, and he went in, and he went back in. Gotcha. Okay. I did it. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. He took his knife. I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see. You must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then, the next thing I knew. Yes? He punched me right in the face, sir. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Who's the other officer? About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. It's nice that you recovered, that is. That's nice that you suffered. Gosh, I hope I gave you a good snack around the noggin. I like to see my officers in agonizing circumstances. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Why is none of the evidence ever submitted to, like, either the defense or the prosecutor before the fucking case starts? I have the surprise mystery tape, sir. I kept this in the box. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from a security camera in the evidence room. Objection! What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and it was told it had been mistakenly erased. Well, that's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. Video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Hello? He goes for a stroll. He's opening the locker. That glove fell out like immediately. There goes Meekins. Oh my god! They're just collapsed on the ground. I think Meekins is dead. Yeah. Edgeworth is seething with rage. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing here. You're probably wondering how Meekins got into this mess. Well, let's rewind a moment and explain the story up until this part. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings? Wait, what? What does this mean? Well, I know what you're probably thinking. How do we handle our emotions right now? This video has awoken something in me, and I'm not sure how to explain it to the court proceedings here. What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Okay. Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room. Some sort of, activity did take place. What is the judge implying here? I don't understand. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. Okay. So, more testimony. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. Okay, so that's what the case is being built around. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead. But everything begins with contradictions. That's why I have to start. Okay. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I completely buy that. I don't think there's any fault there. Okay, this is the part we press. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only responded to registered fingerprints, sir. Why was he trying to open the evidence lockers? I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir. And this too. The locker you opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. We're just gonna gloss over Detective Meekins' poor love life. Do you want to go out with me, sir? Detective Meekins, I don't think this is appropriate in our line of work. I'm sorry, Detective Gant, sir. Oh, Chief Gant, sir. I won't ask again, sir. But why do we even employ you in this office, Meekins? I really don't know what you're doing here. Right, or love heart. I'm free on Tuesday, Meekins. Okay, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. Yes, but we've seen how unreliable fingerprints can be in the past, like... It's like a chemical plant that burns them. There's probably a second chemical plant that will give you new fingerprints if you need them. Okay, no one else could have unlocked it. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? Let's examine it. Let's examine it one more time. Check. This is gonna take a while. Everything is clear. He's moving fine. Goodman walks in. He's opening that locker. Glove falls out. Meekins is on the scene. Starting to get a little spicy. Zooms back. Meekins is down on the ground, the locker's left. That locker on the end was opened after that. You can see it when even the video loops, like the bit of paper is stuck in the door. It jumps. The locker was accessed. Regarding the video containing this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction. Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edward? I propose that we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. I thought he was gonna make like some weird wager, but yeah, that's what I'm going to do, Edward. I propose the defense backs up their claim, Your Honor. Well, that's a wild statement for this court of law, Edward. I've never heard of a defense attorney needing to back up their argument with facts and logic. That's quite out there, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I should allow this. He would want me to point it out. I've already seen it. Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. Okay. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. Well, no, Phoenix, you're pointing out evidence. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman? Okay, fast forward. There goes Meekins. This is the bit that Meekins didn't like, where he's just being like slammed into a locker. Judge is watching this back. It's like, this evokes some kind of feeling in me when I watch this. Okay, there's Meekins down on the ground. Pause it. There it is. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Oh, yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. The point? What you are looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh, yeah. Ooh, I almost walked right into the defense's trap. What? What are you talking about? I'll place him under arrest, sir. Rats, I need to slow down and tackle these things one piece at a time. Now what do I do? What? But that's the evidence. Someone's accessed that locker. Very well, let's try this again. Just remember one thing, Mr. Wright. Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt. That's the one pointing his finger at us. Now, without playing a security tape, Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction. Okay. But that was it. Rewind. Can I rewind the other way? No, I gotta go to the very end. The fucking flag blocking the face. I'm pausing it here. I don't think there's anything here. But this shows that someone else was in the room. Like, is that not it? Oh, we're gonna be on this bit a while. Like, if I just point the locker again? No. Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it. Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine? Don't look at me with those bleary eyes! Before your eyes get too teary. Perhaps you should think this through again, Now what do I do? Play it again. Don't play it too many times. As we're on like another go of it. I don't understand. What am I missing? Glove falls out. He goes in there. Anything I'm missing? That locker was fucking access, which is like important. But that's not what I'm looking for. What is it? Playing it back. That locker was accessed right then. So that's when someone came in. There's Meekins on the ground again. There goes Meekins. Here goes the glove. Is it? I think I get it. It's already open.
Take that!
The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand, the locker apparatus looks like this. Works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on, the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. It was already open. So someone had already accessed the locker before. Is that, so that's not Goodman then? That's Marshall. Why are they setting it up this? I don't know, because blood was found here. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Just one important thing for the chat as well, because I didn't mention it. We're trying to go spoiler free. If it takes me a while to work something out, just let me work it out. I don't want to know the answer. Unless I say the key phrase, help me out, chat, do not help me. And if you think you've already solved it before everyone else, and like you're just waiting for me to get it, just smile away the pain. Do not say anything, please. Thank you. Just smile. It has to preserve the experience for other people in chat here too. If it does get spoiler heavy, I'll pop it in some mode. We haven't had to do that the entire playthrough, and this is the last stream of this. So I think we can be good. But just to mention it. This song's gonna show up when I sleep tonight. You're not gonna sleep tonight if this song's playing, I'm gonna be honest with you. There's no way. Dino, thank you for the 5 gift subs earlier. Liam, thank you for 6 quid. It was I, the one that accessed that other locker to fool you and the judge. Oh no. How precisely do you have to time this with the security camera and the police mascot to block the face of the flag? Here, notice the light. What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Did he just choke himself? Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered. And the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know! It must have broken down! Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Like, why is he chiming in with his opinion here? There's no need for you to comment here, Judge. Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. Yeah, maybe you should, Judge. So then, Mr. Wright, you have an explanation. Me, Your Honor. Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor. Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor. Something jam the sensor? Say, There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this. Is it because the glove was wedged? Maybe? Oh, that's rewinding. Is it the glove? Take that! Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. They mute the audio. It's kind of like a fever dream without the music playing. I feel like he's staring into my soul right now. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my car door, sir. We can't be sure. That item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Insert it? It's like, I feel like I'm stepping into the Twilight Zone. I see you. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Officer Meekins, please stop talking. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? Save here. What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? This is my badge, Your Honor. Behold, this was stuck in the locker door. How about sticking yourself in instead, Phoenix? Huh? Your presence here is wearing thin. You might just fit. Oh shit. I think my own mojo's just been blocked. If you have time to think of snacky comebacks, you have time to think it true again. Something thin enough to slip into the door crack, yet not conductive to electricity. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? It was... I mean, you can see it in the video. It seems unnecessary. Like, if I don't show the glove right now, the judge will just be like, well, I guess we'll never know despite the video footage that shows what the object was. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. Please watch the video again and point to me the part where the glove falls out of the locker. Like, it has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. It was me, Your Honor. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. Order, order, order! So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir. I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? 'Cause it sure feels like it. Very well, begin your testimony. Mystery Man 2. There's one other thing that proves the demand was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. Because of the gel I use, my hair is always standing on end. So far off my face. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleaned up by noon. Right, I see. Now let's move on to the cross-examination. Okay. One other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman. To enter the room, one must use their ID card. Press it. Is that card hanging from your neck one of those ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. What if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck in when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer only has one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. Okay, when an ID card is used as a record of it. What if there isn't? Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. Huh? What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence. Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Shh, don't stare at him. Got the wrong color, kid. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. But actually, thinking about it, what locker? Like, Edgeworth should probably testify. Because he was only in there like half an hour before. If he accessed that exact locker, maybe he left it open by mistake. I don't know. Maybe. He was in there. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked. Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. He's saying it's obvious. I actually don't see it. At the time of the crime. Oh, is it the parking stub? Because we found him in the boot. That would make sense. Nope. Okay. That's not gonna be it. You don't sound very right, Mr. Wright. Okay, let's save here. I gotta figure this out. Apparently, this is an obvious contradiction. We didn't press this bit. So unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir. Couldn't he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. As we see, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. We found Goodman's ID over there. Maybe this? Okay, so it's not the parking ticket that shows Goodman's body was found in the other place. It's his identity card that was found with the body. I mean, I was still trying to show the same thing, but I guess it's more specific to ID cards is what they were looking for. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report. It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something has to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order! Order! So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order! 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 Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, well. It seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take at one location, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness. Observe the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Oh shit. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana. What do I do? How am I supposed to get out of this mess? It was a trap. You activated my trap card, Phoenix Wright. Have to object. Objection! One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. I love how they so openly refer to this as like traps in court. I almost fell for your trap card. But now I would like to activate my quick play spell card, Edgeworth. Go, Mystical Space Typhoon! What? How do you have that card in your deck, Phoenix? What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. But what about this locker that was opened? Huh? We gonna talk about that? After a slow, silent pause. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean? Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify. What is his or her name? Why are you an option? He's the victim who's dead. Here we go! Mr. Wright, I'm not even gonna bother asking you why. I've never seen a more obvious stall tactic in my entire career. Mr. Wright, don't you remember what you said this morning? You know, about your trump card. That's right. Those bloody fingerprints we found in the evidence room. Now's my chance to bring him in to testify. He doesn't even entertain it. Look, we've called, like, witnesses from beyond the grave before. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify. Okay. It's cowboy time. Jake Marshall. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? You can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subponied. How do you pronounce that? Subpoenad? How do you pronounce it? Subpoenaed. Subpoena, is it? Subpoena. English major. Is there a mathematician in chat? Name every sum. Go on, every single mathematical calculation. Do it. All of them. Is there a scientist? Name every atom. All of them. And every element. Even decimals. Is there a bin man in the chat? Take out every bin in the world. Or you're not a real bin man. Is there a teacher? Why isn't everyone in the world taught? Why haven't you done this? Geologist, name every rock. Ah, God. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. I know you only needed 20 minutes, but I gave you 30, because I want to get a snack. Okay, defendant lobby number 2, 1132. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma. You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Hey, Gumshoe, how you doing? Yo, yes I am. I'll come back later. Wait, he just left? Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of pretty nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Jesus. Detective Gumshoe, like, a man is dead. Sorry, Detective. You better be, pal. Hey. I didn't see you there. Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh ho. You mean this, right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident. But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you and the chief prosecutor were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness. Files for the Joe Dark killing solved 2 years ago. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just going to ignore me. Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident. Is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark. No, Lana. That's over with. No. Emma, wait. She ran away. Oh, you know what? I just remembered I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Gumshoe's just leaving. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you might just be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Better take a good look at this file. They were all involved in this previous case. Gotta get to the bottom of it, and no one will tell us what happened in the case. Absolutely no one. Oh, that's the wrong save file. Here we go. What's that a save file for? I don't know what moment that is preserved in time. In episode 2. Okay, we're back in court. The court would now reconvene for the trial of Miss Landeskine. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Oh, he had like the cowboy voice, wasn't it? Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. That's kind of like the Lada voice, isn't it? That was kind of him. I think it was like a deeper though. I think it was more calm. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. That's it. That was the voice. Yep, got it. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind. I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Howling wind. Just sounds like he's farting a lot. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime in plain old English. Is he allowed to have a knife and alcohol in the courtroom? Just think, he has a weapon here. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make the rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side silent at the time I went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man. So if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Why is he shaving in court? Yeah, you shouldn't be allowed to do that. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I particularly care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. The judge has a lovely bushy beard. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security systems on the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. There is like a helicopter that I think is parking on top of me. I don't know if you just heard that. Just let that pass. They found you. Oh shit! They're here. And it was I that tipped off your address, RT. I let them know where to track you down. Von Karaman, no! He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Von Karma doxes someone. The musical. Von Karma in a musical. Could you imagine? Like, what? That's... I am not throwing away my shot. No, I'm not throwing away my shot. Like the mean Alexander Hamilton. My name is Alexander Hamilton. And there's a million things I haven't done. But just you wait. Just you wait. Oh, God. My job was to keep a wary eye. Okay, so we've heard this before. Okay, so let's press it. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I would erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. He's keeping an eye on the room. How did he not see what unfolded? But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you, that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know gets rules, lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime? Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. Well, that's a blatant lie. We have, like, his bloody handprint. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Can I just present this already? Like, we have a bloody handprint. The print had been wiped. Is it not gonna let me show that? But we checked it. We checked it and that was his handprint. The piece of evidence is literally called Marshall's fingerprints. Like, okay, sure, I'm saving it here. But surely. We literally have a piece of evidence called your fingerprints. How is that not correct? How is... I'm sorry, but I could see nothing faulty. Just because his bloody handprint was in the evidence room the day of the murder, that doesn't prove that he was in the murder room. I don't see what you're getting at here, Phoenix. Like... Okay. I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. No, you went there. I have your fingerprints. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's Vongole sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, did you not want to raise this here? I have your fingerprints! There we go. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet, you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, I make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints will be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene. The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall. It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints. Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. I got a lot of tomato sauce on my hand. As I was saying, I just went to get my favorite spaghetti and I went earlier and I made an awful mess. Spaghetti was so good I just ate it with my bare hands and just shoveled it into my face. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. But that means he's just admitted a contradiction, so he was there. The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Did the judge just agree? It's like, yeah, it's more exciting when there's a lot to doubt in this court. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. How is that valid? Okay, let's press. That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month. Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. That's just not true though, is it? That's not his locker, that was Gumshoe's locker. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. Oh, does he mean... I think he means this locker now. Oh yeah, it's this one. It's the second handprint. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. So he accessed his own locker because we have video footage of that, so he was in the room. Let's say the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Okay, we gotta press it all. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. Okay, press it. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue that just the opposite. Chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. No. No, that's not how that works, Marshall. Nice to see you, cowboy man. Monty, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. I really want to play Pokemon later. We got a little gang together playing Pokemon Unite, and it's actually been surprisingly fun. Surprisingly good game. Didn't expect it. Because I remember when that was announced, I just didn't care. But not bad at all. We've been playing it lately. Good fun. Get the one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Okay. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated, despite the fingerprint being related to the blood stain. Okay. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's gotta do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder. He's right, although seemingly alike. What? Alright, okay, hang on. I can't let this one slide. Alright, judge. Hang on. Give me 1 sec. That's the wrong tab. Hang on. Let's display capture. Let me change that. Okay. There's 2 instances of cereal and cereal. Alright. The judge is making a very audacious claim here. They're seemingly alike. Now, he is correct that they're totally different. But I ask what the point of comparison is here. Because I'm really not seeing it. Like, how has the judge arrived on this statement? I don't understand. Okay, carry on. I just needed to hammer that home. I cannot believe what he's claiming here. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Okay, the murderer was wearing gloves. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. But what if it's not? What if it's not perfectly aligned fingerprints on the locker? Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert. In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. Oh, we're gonna finally get to show that he came into the room. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. He's being very bold at the end. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? But you were in it. Wait, no, that's not the one. I can show that he accessed his locker. I have to press it first. What do you mean by that? You want me to tie this to... You want to tie me to this crime? Isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. No! It's not next to useless, Phoenix. We have what we need. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculation, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Yes, I can. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness. Okay, fast forward. Oh, we gotta watch fucking Meekins get slammed into the locker again. He's been having such a rough day. Here he goes. Not having a good time. Once more for good measure. He's down on the ground. We got it. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Which is sum up what you would have to say in 8 words or less. Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He did it! Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out it. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. There's Meekins collapsed again. He's not having a good day. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What is the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order! It would seem that's a... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. Not my fault he happened to choose mine. But Marshall, that's still... No, he couldn't have done that. It's a fingerprint. Whilst everyone's staring at me like I'm a wanted man. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really just doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You said I opened that locker. Now prove it. That's how the lockers work. You haven't thought this true, Officer Marshall. A fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. But what kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Let me just eat a piece of jerky real quick. I only got one word for you, partner. No! Order! Witness, explain yourself! If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Let me just eat another piece of jerky real quick. Olay! Please answer the question. Olay? What? Okay. How does Olay fit in here? That's not even his name. What is he now? A bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Oh my god. This fucking judge. Have a look at these floor plans. There was no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then, where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Wait, who's K and who's V again? Killer victim. Okay, thank you. Because I was thinking it's like Bruce Woodman? Officer Keekins? Like well, he wasn't the victim. He didn't die. Is Officer Meekins the K? I need to make sure, because Officer Meekins is not the killer. This is Meekins. Meekins is V. Which one actually is Meekins? Yeah, I don't... Meekins was assaulted, but he's being suspected of being the killer. So is he the victim or the killer? The K is Meekins. Okay, so this was Marshall. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it! If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? I'm gonna just eat some more jerky real quick. You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Real popular one back in Texas in the cowboy days. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complain. He really hates his beard. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. It seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ack, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone just told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that. He opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. Oh, we're back here again. So, like, the glove fell out. Why did he have to open the locker? Meekins, he's getting roughed up again. Well, he got blood on him. Hang on, wait, he got blood on him. Maybe he was to wipe that off. That makes the most sense. So go back. It's just what I'm just trying to get the pause right. I'm trying to get the pause right. We got him. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. And the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat! You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Did we get him? Is he just admitting? Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth for like the 4th time? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Alright. It seems the time has come. His confession. I had to do it that day. I had to do it that day. I just couldn't stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID card, ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you? But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Well, there was a lot of spaghetti sauce at the pasta place I told you about. I brought some of it back with me as a snack, and I just made an awful mess on the floor. When Meekins assaulted me, I dropped my tomato sauce, and it just spilled everywhere. Edgeworth. Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. So even his confession is a lie. Okay. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over yet. What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I want to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the card. Why'd you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Detective Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card. I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. So he actually did lose his card. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. But why? I drove 30 minutes across town to the prosecutor's building, and I just put the card back down there in public sight, plain view. You see, I wanted to share some of the leftover tomato sauce that I picked up at the spaghetti place. And I just happened to be in the building after I drove over. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. Pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more carefully about his raises here. Why does Edgeworth decide everyone's, income? He has too much power. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry I had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one I've been shaving myself with? I don't know what to say. Oh, so you knocked Officer Meekins out and... That's really fucking dangerous if, like, Meekins was stabbed like that and he's shaving himself. Like, you're not even supposed to share, like, razors with people. Like, this is a full-on knife. Hope it's been sanitized. So you did your research beforehand. Those who got in the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you blooded your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room and I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. There's too much blood, though, for that. There's way too much blood. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth? Where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Officer Marshall, you're under oath in court. Like, you have to answer the question. Or it looks pretty damn incriminating for you. Why did you do this? Stealing the detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why. Press it. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the goofy voice is failing. Gosh! I think I got it back. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. There's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. There was this judge with a beard proceeding over the trial, and well, the court was in disarray. Nothing went the way it should have following legal proceedings. And it just didn't feel right. It was a complete shit show. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files. Okay. The victim's memo found in the car trunk. He couldn't forget it either. Alright, there's a few pieces of evidence. Do I just present the files? I think it's either the files or What else could it be? Like, the victim's note? Let me check the SL9. What? I haven't actually read this. Go dark, serial murder, sentence death. Neil Marshall. Oh shit. Oh shit, he's killed someone in his family. Wait, they were witnesses to it too. Of course, Edgeworth was the prosecutor. Executive investigators Damon Gant, Lana Sky. Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall. Okay, Neil Marshall. Yep. Present. Officer Marshall. I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? I don't understand the connection. Please, spell it out for me. It was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Oh, because I remember looking at this picture and I was thinking, who's this Fort guy? It was the brothers. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with his resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the police the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance. It's got to be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. 1 word. Poorly chosen word, Phoenix. I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time has come for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant Oh shit, she's back! Your Honor, wait! Emma! The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright! Are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I'm just that kind of guy. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Skye sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Well, this court finds the defendant guilty. Why do we bother wasting our time with these random intrusions into this court? Someone should really just lock the door when these trial proceedings are going. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. I'll need the concentrates now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? There's no problem, Your Honor. Case closed. I object. Objection! I don't know why. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The one thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that when drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense is simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. All this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? Files, tape, fingerprints, jar, evidence, rubber glove. Let's check the floor plans again. Okay. Goodman's lost item report. This screwdriver hasn't had any relevancy yet. Fingerprints, ID card, luminal testing fluid, switchblade, shoe, crime, not the parking lot, not Lana's cell, Goodman's note, autopsy report, that's for the parking lot. The blue badger's in the way of the locker. How did the handprint get there? What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. Well, no, he wouldn't be in the floor plan. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? That's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it will be impossible to place a handprint at this spot in the locker. What? Your Honor, the police mascot, the blue badger, is the killer. So that means, what exactly does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found in that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it will be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in. Just one moment. I would not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my court. Good one, Judge. That's a real good one there. You know, you really get me sometimes. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Gotta watch Meekins die again. Someone bled prior to the struggles shown in this tape. It had to have been. It had to have been Detective Goodman, when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found in the locker. So then, assuming this murder purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Beacons being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? Oh! The IDs! If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh! The ID card record! Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ah! Oh! Ah! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. Series of 7s. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777777. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. The actual number you were looking for was 7777777. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgery. You have the nerve to talk, Mr. I'm in disguise, and breaking into the evidence room to frame the other guy. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay, let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 77. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SO9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Lan is taking the stand now. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana. I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. Where are we both standing in this courtroom right now? Because only one of us can take the stand right now. Are we just standing next to each other? Are we like sharing this little pew? I'm just trying to think about the layout of this courthouse, and it's actually kind of confusing me if you think about it now. Did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look at me? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. See, that's what I'm talking about. No. No! Oh, there's uproar. Order! 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 Lives remarks caused such a stir, the chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. He couldn't keep order? Wait, what? What happened? Was it just a riot? I hate this judge. I hope he's fired come like the second game. I hate him so much. He's so useless. Okay, well, we still have one more day. We're gonna have to investigate some more, I think. Just gonna drink some water. Down with the judge. Scientifically stupid. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. So, like, she just straight up admitted to forging evidence. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one come... You probably should have, Phoenix. I think we all saw this coming. Some kind of association here. I didn't see that one coming. It was in the file. Yeah, we read it. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. And suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. Before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture. What happened after, though? I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office want that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. Oh shit. I feel like everyone's just conspiring against Edgeworth at this point. He's being framed for so much. His reputation just completely destroyed. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Permanent picture. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. But then later when the elevator opened, Von Karma walked in while I was still unconscious. And that's when he shot Neil Marshall. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. I've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. I reckon if you're 14, you can draw a fairly decent picture if requested to in court. I'd like to think so. Like, we're not talking like crayon stick figures to describe the scene. If you're 14, you should be able to give like a quite accurate account of what you saw. Right? That's not like, you know, it's like a toddler or something. Maybe if not necessarily draw, just give an accurate description. Not everyone can draw well. But why specifically draw? Surely just describe it. Just the trauma. It's just the trauma. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. Why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective's office and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was the detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me! After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk with her. Okay. We got a couple of leads here. Let's go to the detention center first. Talk to Lana. We're getting a lot of information about this case. Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Okay, let's talk. We're not criminals. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, a bit of drama that happened then 2 years ago, you know. The fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbed Mr. Goodwin with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. Why won't she just tell us? Because there's clearly some detail that she doesn't want to share that would probably clear the light on a lot of this case. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police, and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. But Gant might know more. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Chief Damon Gant and I shared the same office, and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. What'd you see? Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioned in Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to The office shared by Deputy Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run into the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma who had passed out, and the suspect Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. Wait, rewind a mo. Hang on. The fucking scene of the crime. I can't believe I just glossed over that. There is a man with a knife in his back, lying on top of the other guy, who's also unconscious. How the fuck was he stabbed, but also knocked to the ground? Like, he stabbed him in the back, but used so much force that his lifeless body fell on top of him and he just couldn't get up and fell asleep. Like, the way that's set up, there's something very suspicious there. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes, because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of the case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. It's like, we're gonna go back 2 years later? It's like, my god, all these bloodstains all over the floor. The knife is still on the sofa. The window is broken. Quickly, look out the window. What can we see? Oh my god. Grossberg is leaving the scene of the crime as we speak. Okay, we gotta go to the office. Let's go. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. Chief Detective seems the same though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Just in case he says anything, because he did before. That man must be the Chief of Detectives. He's staring at the screen so hard it might shatter. What? Dark case may have been fabricated? That's what I thought all along. I just never bothered to tell anyone. Now there's a guy who cares about his work. Alrighty then. He's hard at work. Police department entrance. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall! I never thought things would turn out the way when I woke up this morning. But Sarah, you never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why'd you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. That's why the prospectors head west, now we know. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. We gotta talk to him now, while we have him. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. Question? The blade in the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. Oh shit! However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. Let's keep talking. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are y'all looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day of the SL9 incident took place. That wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. So every time the evidence is transferred, just shit goes down the police station, it seems. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, but nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. That's about the scars. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. Hey, who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gann, Atlanta Sky. Oh shit. Seems like it's tradition there. Transferal day equals murder day. There's gotta be an inquiry into this police station at this point, considering like 2 consecutive murders happen on the exact day when evidence is being transferred. Don't come to work tomorrow, they're moving evidence. Like, it really feels like that, doesn't it? This Friday is evidence removal day. No, I'm not in that day. I'm going on holiday. I'm taking the kids. We're going far away. I'm not going to be about. And because so many people are scared of evidence transfer all day, no wonder people commit so many murders. There's no one about. They're all fucking terrified. It's the purge. We purge more than evidence in this here police station. Oh no. Okay, Gann Sky. The investigation lead Damon Gann is second in command, Line of Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gann, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. The prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions that, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. There you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Oh shit! Oh my god! It was all like a career move for him. What part did he have in this case? He falsified the original evidence. Does that explain all the bullshittery in this trial where like evidence just shows up like the morning of? That's been like withheld from like both sides. It would make a lot of sense. Has he been the mastermind this entire time? Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. So what happened is, alright. So everyone else got punished after that trial ended, but Goodman didn't. So maybe Gant had him taken care of and had him killed because he wanted to keep job security. But then, to cover his tracks, because he knew Goodman was after him, he like blackmailed Lana to frame her for the murder. I think that's the case. I think that's how it all fits. Okay, so Gant is our top suspect now. Absolutely our top suspect. Is there anything for me to examine here? It's just this fella. The Blue Badger is still riding around today. Oh, I shouldn't have clicked on it. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing about like crazy since the other day. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty. Let's just destroy him, Emma. Destroy him and move on. Okay, we have to find Gant. We have to find Gant. Where is he? The place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. More chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Well, that's surprisingly easy. No, you're not allowed in the chief's office. Because he has important evidence or cases pertaining to trials. Yeah, sure, just he's not home. Make yourself cozy. Here's the key to his drawer. I hear there's something juicy in it. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right, you can't go. Okay, thanks, Emma. You really have to open your mouth. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. We're just going anyway. Yeah, no, this guy's evil. This guy's evil. This guy. You don't have, like, a fucking organ piano in your office. Unless you're, like, a villain. Like, slap the cuffs on him now, officer. There's no way. There's no way. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Back. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was. Huh? Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant! Put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Miss Marshall's conduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. That's the vase! Oh shit, that's the vase! There was a piece of it missing though. Yes, because it was their office. So that was taken in for evidence. There was blood on it. Why was a piece of it removed? Why was a piece of it removed? Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. Okay, Gant team picture. Oh, there's like a... Why is there like a knight in armor sitting in his office too? Like, he's the villain. This is like Final Fantasy boss levels of villainry here. Just take him away. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so... leave. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it further. All the same, we'd like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it any further. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Oh shit. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Okay, how do we get in? How do we get in? Where else can we go? Is there anything happening in the parking lot? No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. We proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Doesn't appear that there's anything new. This is all pretty much intact. I can go up to see Edgeworth. High Prosecutor's Office. Room 1202. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. This is gonna be relevant at some point. He won such a prestigious award. Why would he just leave it on the couch? Yeah, you think you want to show that thing off more than that giant steel samurai. And again, Edgeworth has always been like that. Really? Hey, I should write this down. Tell me what he was like as a kid. Back in elementary school, he won awards for all kinds of things. Speech contests, essays, playing the flute. I think we had this dialogue before. Doesn't sound like typical elementary school stuff. But he always hated receiving awards. He makes some smart remark like, I know the path I've walked. No one else needs to tell me. That's how he's always been. Kinda gets under your skin, doesn't it? Okay, there's nothing happening at Edgeworth's office. Anything new at the detention center? I can present the photo. That actually seems like a good lead. Okay, never mind. Lana being helpful as always. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. He really means it. Lana! The vase? King of prosecutors? I'm trying to save you on this case. My badge? No. I'm not doing the badge anymore, I think. I think I'm done with that. Will never work. Where do we go? Maybe Gumshoe can help us. Hey, pal. Oh, here he is. Detective Gumshoe. Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Pretty rough. Edgeworth's crisis. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who didn't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick! Keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Through all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Hey, Dick! I feel like Dick as a name. Actually, no, Dick is still a very common name, isn't it? I was gonna say like, maybe it's declining as, but like, no, so many people are named Richard. Nick is still super common. I know some names that are in decline now are any names that had to do with Game of Thrones. There are significantly less people naming their kids Daenerys, and it's probably for the best. Name Karen. I imagine that's not as popular these days. Yeah. That probably is one that's taken a hit in recent years. But Chad is a name. Oh, that's gotta be on the rise. There's gotta be a lot more Chads now. Also a country. Hey Kelly, how you doing? No, I mean, I think it's just a cyclical thing for names. Like, there was an era where, like, being named Daniel was, like, a damnation. Like, there was, like, straight up, like, a few months where, like, all my friends thought it was the funniest thing to go, like, damn, Daniel! And it's like, fuck you. Get out. Leave me alone. I don't even wear Vans. It's just a cyclical thing, I feel. It comes in waves. Associations with names. Okay, actually I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark ever left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written in here somewhere, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Yeah, we'll do that in a second. Dark's crimes. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. It was, it was a serial killer on the side. A businessman? What made him take the serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So, it was an accident. An accident, yes. But it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came up to the scene and was killed as well. Jesus fucking Christ! The jogger's friend went looking for him, so he killed them too. A man saw that killing and ran into the nearest shopping center. So he went on into the shopping center himself and he killed everyone in there as well. There was a flight passing overhead that seemed to witness the crime. So he took to a helicopter, boarded the plane, and killed everyone on board. Like, fucking hell! Seems like he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. Yes! It sounds like he was playing a game of Hitman and it went wrong. It really does. Like, he got the first guy and someone saw it, so he has to kill them. Someone saw that, so he's gotta kill them. And before you know it, like, the entire town is just turning on him. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence, so he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. Okay, let us I can present the photo. No. quite hostile sometimes, Gumshoe. He's our friend, really. Just sometimes he gets a bit angry with us. He's moody. How about this? Hey, is that? It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this will be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Quickly. There's no time. This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, he had his fingerprints on it, too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. It was lodged in my shoulder this entire time. Von Karma! That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it. Inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. The knife tip was in the wound. I'm just guessing, like, in regards to anatomy, would it be much more difficult to stab someone in the heart through the back than the front? I guess if it's a big enough knife. It's a big knife, yeah. It's a big knife, I suppose. There's a spine in the way. That's what I was thinking, because you got some stuff packing there. You know, like, you'd have to angle it a bit awkwardly. The heart is closer to the back than the front, is it actually? Oh. The front is the sternum. True. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's... I think you're so used to just seeing it depicted in media when someone's stabbed in the heart, they're stabbed from the front. That's just the idea of it going through the back and getting them. Yeah, it does make sense. The broken tip was found in the victim's body. Belonged to murderer Joe Dark. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. Not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. I was just thinking that, Emma, but now that you're presenting it clear in his face, we might not be able to do that. Like, have you no concept of the notion that is subtlety? And being discreet? Oh, no, apparently not. Okay, never mind. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. What would make him change his mind? Okay, well, we can start presenting stuff. I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. I think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case of Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, it was a pretty big deal when it was going on, you know. After all, the serial killer was on the loose. Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. I'm gonna go through everything. I don't actually know what it is. Oh, let's talk about Officer Marshall. You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Oh, he's been fired already. The jar. About that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere. Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office, and he's yelling at me. Chief can't. Where could I have seen that before? Yeah, because it's in this picture, Gumshoe. That's why we need to get in. Oh, a lost item report, huh? Very impressive, detective. You knew what it was right off the bat. Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know. Master? That is such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. Oh, if I can't find my keys in the morning, that's just a sign from God that I'm not supposed to get to work on time. I don't know if that's how it works. Wow, a higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. Does Gumshoe actually know anything about the screwdriver? No. That's the ID card record, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 p.m. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. 7777. That's 1 7 too many, detective. An executive officer. You might just have a hunch. Gant entered the room. It's totally Gant. It has to be. He did it to further his career. Oh, he has something to say about this photo, too. I'm surprised he does, considering how long it's been. It's the photo that Miss Starr took. Anything you can tell us about it? That Miss Starr is quite the lady. Well, I remember it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got to talk to me about what happened. 16? That's how old I am now. I wonder what happened. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too. Oh, they apparently know each other. I'm just going through everything that might be connected. Does he have something to say about his blue badger? This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays. It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. Have to admit he's right though. Thanks to the blue badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m. Oh, I can still examine them individually too. Nope, but I can't, not necessarily. This is the report that we already got. Neil Marshall, date and time of death. Single stab wound. It was within a half an hour. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. So it might not have been instant. Okay. He might have been alive a little longer. But he was still on top of the other guy. Which is like, you know, how, did he knocked him unconscious and collapse? I don't know. No, Gant just strolled in. Like, he was in the elevator too, and he just stepped out. That has to be it. He did something. I can't get further in. Look, that patrolman is saluting that other guy. He must be a detective. So I cuffed the lout, right? And you know what he says? What are you, a moron? I'm an undercover agent. Oh man, I hate it when that happens. Guess he wasn't saluting, he was just listening to how his friend messed up. They make a good pair. Where else can we go? Okay. Well, I guess because this is fabricated evidence, maybe we can present this. Lana, like, throw me a freaking bone. Edward back? He might be. I wonder if Edward is back yet. There he is. Looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? You sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edward. I'm rooting for you. That's Edward for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edward, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edward can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. He's cracking. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Edward, I was defending you last year. Mr. Edward, you can't just walk out in the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. Only half as long as most lists. That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seems strange about it. Let me just take some water. Yeah, we gotta find more. Find more from Edward. Day of the crime. I'm trying to think if there's any evidence I can present yet. I don't think there might be. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You participated in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning and drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? It was Detective Goodwin's body, stashed in the trunk of my car. This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. It's totally Gant then. He's just handing over a piece of evidence to get Edgeworth to kind of ferry off with the body from the actual crime scene. It's all planet. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right. Okay, we gotta present some stuff. Oh no. He's gonna be a bit tsundere, but we might be able to get something out of him. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? That's interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. What? You know, it wouldn't hurt if you put this up somewhere, like on a shelf. That has no meaning for me anymore. What do you mean anymore? That's who I was last year. What good is it to dwell in the past? He's asking me. Ah, why can't he just accept it graciously? Actually, something's been troubling me about this shield. Look, do you notice anything different? Different? Yeah, don't you remember? The other shield in the court record. Guess I better present this other shield. Wait, is there another shield piece of evidence somewhere? I can present the vase, but I don't think he does anything. Oh, King of Prosecutors trophy. You just talked to him about it. There we go. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. And also for we, the audience, listening at home. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. That's actually kind of cool for the design, if you think about that, yeah. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why are you only given a shield? That's a good point. You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Wait. Hang on. The halberd was removed. The halberd was removed. It's suspected that the knife is well, no, it's who said that they didn't think this knife had been used in the killing? Someone said that. I think it's more likely that the halberd on the shield was used. It was broken off. It was Marshall, wasn't it? Marshall said that he didn't suspect that the knife had actually been used. So this could just be falsified evidence. And if we check the photo, the halberd's still in it. Now, the question is, can you kill someone with that just kinda sanded down bit? I don't know. Like, I feel like you'd have to clean take that off to even stand a chance. And that would probably break the shield quite badly. Well, no, maybe they just redesigned it because it was broken quite badly. He snapped it off completely. So maybe the halberd is the actual murder weapon. And the knife was just planted evidence. Look at you there. You think you're so fucking smart, Gant. We know it was you. You're not gonna evade us for long. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, we're so focused on the fucking trophy. There's a spear here. Wait a minute. That seems a bit more plausible. Why do you have to recommission the trophy then? I don't understand. It's just a spear. Okay, so the knife had to have been planted somehow. Okay, there's nothing else we can get out of Edgeworth. I think we presented everything we can. What do you make of this abomination, Edgeworth? No, he's not interested. There's a piece of paper under the desk. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's fallen to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died. Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. His letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Why? This might be useful evidence for court. Like, presumably Edgeworth still needs this. We just stealing this? Okay, so Gant is covering his tracks somehow, and the idea is to get everyone incriminated that was involved in the SL9 incident either dead or out of the force in some capacity. Maybe that's probably why he gave the tape to Meekins late, because he realized this is useful evidence because I can get rid of Marshall too, because it incriminates him. He's trying to do like a clean sweep of the office. Edgeworth, you can't resign. They say where there's smoke, there's fire. Apparently I was so caught up in the smoke I lost sight of the truth. Edgeworth. The others are right. I have no right to serve as a prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth, you are only doing your job. I've always made my own decisions about what I can or cannot do. That hasn't changed. Forgiving myself is something I cannot do. Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, please! And we just take the letter. Okay, well, see you later. I'm gonna steal your letter. You can't resign now if I have this piece of paper. Excuse me? He's back. Hey, Jesus, would either of you care for a £1/4 of roast beef? Miss Starr! Yeah, she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. What the fuck? Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago now. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from the case was due for transferal. Can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodwin with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savoured when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Let's ask her about the investigation. Joe Dark, and that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive. I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put in that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong. Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. And Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used. She was being used by Gant. She was blackmailed by Gant. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism. I actually mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean? Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. Take it she's always talking about forged evidence. Back then everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. Gauged anything crooked, and I always watched out for other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why. I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? It's being used. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one other thing left for him to control. And then no one can stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, he's never been the same. Well, she's never been the same. The only logical thing to conclude, there must have been a reason for her change. At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. Hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. We're almost at the bottom. We've almost got the details we need. Don't have anything else to tell you. Miss Starr, the only thing I can give you now is a poppy seed rice set. Talk about cheap. Eat this and maybe you'll be able to tell black from white in court tomorrow. Is there nothing else that can help? He doesn't have anything else, but maybe she's lying. No, I don't think she's lying. I don't think she has anything else. Okay. Let's see. What else have we got? Detention center? Oh yeah, so Edgeworth's resigning. Not that you care, because you're emotionless. You wanna look at this picture of you again that might have vital incriminating evidence? No, of course not. Go back to Wright & Co. Police department? Criminal affairs? Yeah, there's something here. Oh, you're back. You're still here. I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turned into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. Gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Oh, if I present him with Edgeworth's resignation, he'll get emotional. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we just We betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But... Here. Take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID. Okay, I'm gonna go to the police department now because I can get in his locker. Oh no, I need his fingerprint. I can't do that. Can't actually do that. Okay. Quick question. Why do other people's ID cards work in the chief's office? Surely that's like a security oversight. We won't question it. Let's go. Gotta save Gumshoe. Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're back inside. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. God! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Wait, hey, don't do that to my card. Wait, why do we destroyed his ID? Why? What was the point of that? I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Come on, let's see what we can find out. Got a bad feeling about this. Well, now he has to file the report for his missing card. Phoenix has gone insane. Okay, this is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons. Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations. First a pipe organ, now his armor. You know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? Yes, you are. Because that's how it works. That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Just be careful of what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were hurt earlier... Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this show. Hey, look at the case name! Huh? SO9 incident? I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective! What did you just say? I said, I wonder what? No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Half-size list of evidence. It's 2 halves. Most lists run twice as long. There was missing evidence. Oh yeah, you guys hear the ice cream? Fucking ice cream van's back. Can we get ice cream, Dan? Like, give me like 4,370.99s. Maybe like yeah, let me just like get the $4,000 on ice cream. Real quick. I'll hand out one to everyone in chat. Strawberry. I'm not gonna be able to keep track of your orders. You're all gonna get like sprinkles and like the strawberry jelly bit. Like the gooey, you know what I mean. The sauce. Absolutely everyone. Salted caramel for me. Gotta take everyone's fucking orders. My prime taxes are going towards ice cream. I'm not paying. Hero Blade gave 900 bits. Here's some bits for ice cream. The fucking ice cream fund has been started. I am lactose intolerant. Well, don't eat ice cream then. What do you want me to tell you? You can't have it. Go for sorbet. You'll be fine there. Start a crowdfund. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. List of evidence in the SL9 incident was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. So we got that from the desk. We found this inside the drawer. List of evidence from the SL9 incident. Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list. What is this list we doing here? Better look a little more into this list. Can we take a closer look at the list? Did Gumshoe destroy Edgeworth's resignation letter? I just realized I don't have that either anymore. I don't think we should have taken that. Wait, what? Listen. I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Why? Huh? Oh no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. Like, I think it's Emma's drawn, but why the fuck is it on the back of the evidence list? Why would it be on this piece of paper? This is safe. This is safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. The code's not just gonna be... You need better security. You need way better security for your safe. Like, that's the same as your ID. That is, like, accessible in records in other parts of the station. Why is that the code for your safe? What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? Final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777? That ID number. I think you're 1-7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Gotta keep going. Is there any money in there? I'm low on funds. How much can we take without him realizing? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. It's the missing piece. Somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh well, it was just a thought. Is that it? Is this all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case. I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Right, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective. Okay, well, for one of them, I can present the rest of the vase. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. Kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know that fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. The cogs are turning. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Assemble. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. I can piece this together again. To prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Oh, I just gotta turn it? There we go. Seems straightforward enough. Fits like a charm. That of course means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. Wait, what? Oh, it's just the blood on it. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. Well, there was already blood on the vase. We saw bits of the blood, didn't we? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in a safe? My god. The rest of the vase pattern was dots, but this is clearly a line. What kind of plotted points are these? On a graph. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark stain, red stain here. Looks like blood. This piece the chief has is different though. Blood stains on the other piece are just spots. But this one's a line. It is odd. There's nothing else to say about that, no? Yeah, this is the bottomless jar. We got this before. It's a real ugly vase. Can I just say, I don't know whose decor this is. You're asking for trouble if that's how you stand it as well. Like, at least stand it like this way up or something. RT the art critic. Okay, so there was that, and then there was a handprint. Oh no, this is the fit. Oh, so that's not it. We had this before. How do I convince him to get the handprint? Oh, he's getting information out of the system. Don't be so negative, detective. We do want you to share your information, though. Oh, my fool. I've never had anything useful to share to begin with. Got to stay positive. There might be something else in the room. We haven't finished examining it yet. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here... First, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Okay, the organ. The chief's organ sure is the sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. He must get so many noise complaints. When the detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But the chief's ears affected. He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. It's comically cruel. I'm gonna play for you. You're gonna enjoy my music for hours. Okay, this was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Cat must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends were made of. Is he keeping a memory of her in memory of the crime? These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Oh, bless. Another window here. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. No? No? Because we're on the 15th floor, Gumshoe. That's not the feeling I get here. You alright, pal? This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making a detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Oh, God! Uh-oh. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. Some of them are less healthy than others. Well, he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. Jesus Christ. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Grant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Do you think? Okay, we need to get the handprint. How can I convince Gumshoe to let me get the handprint? I can talk to him. I haven't done that yet. The desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Grant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He keeps it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. Let's see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. Can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think. Nah, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. He let us up here, Phoenix. We can't complain. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant, let's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignore me again. Let's just not talk about him. Okay, I mean, if it's a... I suppose the fingerprints will be preserved in the handprint? Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what this is. So you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town, geesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take, Gumshoe. Oh? Come on, this isn't the oh, I thought that was Gumshoe again for a mo. And I thought he was getting real upset. It's not your fingerprints we want to take, Gumshoe. Come on now, this is no time for jokes. Take my fingerprint. Don't be such a tease. You know, you have the kit. That's clearly why you brought it. Talking about that clot we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Eesh, where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the clot. Then once they've been absorbed in the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? The question is, right? If this is incriminating evidence against Chief Gant, why did he keep it in his safe and not just, like, crush it in a cube or something? Like, there's so many ways for him to dispose of this essential evidence for 2 years ago. Just burn it. Yeah, just set it on fire. Okay, and blow. I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. It's just me as like a phantom sixth finger here too. Like this is one. Okay. These are not the best fingerprints. We just gotta keep going. What's the point of this? Oh, we're dusting for prints. It's a crime investigation game. It's what you do. Yeah, that's another not the right finger. I did those two. Did I do middle? I did that one, didn't I? I don't think I did middle. Oh, that's a pretty good one. Oh, we're missing a bit apparently. Hang on. It's like clear as day. Oh, we just need some more. Oh, now I see it. Is it? I think it's quite. It's Emma. Wait, what? Why would this be kept? How is it Emma? Why would he keep a handprint from Emma all this time? No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe we should hold on to this. Piece of cloth, fold it and add it to the court record. Why would he keep Emma's prints? I don't understand that at all. Like, Emma's not the killer, is she? I don't know how that works. I'm trying to think, like, why would he have them? Relating to the crime, like, what's the benefit for Emma in particular? Yeah. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. That's not very kind, is it? In other words, would it? If it wasn't for his ID card, he wouldn't have been useless. Isn't that right? You in the coat. Chief Grant? We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat? Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir? Now get out. Yes, sir. Gumshoe, no! We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you're the one with the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You're with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright! Don't leave Emma alone with him. Phoenix, you have one job here. Stranger danger. Look, pal, I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go and sneak it in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it would be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Why she kept eerily silent about it all this time. Anyway, you were listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. Gotta get his job back. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, but she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Oh no! They got her! They got her! I see. So my sister is dead now. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term that he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Keep quiet. I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so, because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? He's going to haunt you from beyond the grave. The person whom you fear is this. To be honest, there's someone a bit scarier. Like, oh honey, let me help you. Who would that be? Why, you, of course. Me? Yes. You seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? And that's scary. You seem to have the makings of a criminal in you. What with all your fallacious accusations? Care to spend tonight in the cell next to mine? If you ask me, you're the scary one. Let's try this again. Damon Gant. Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. Take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a little bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant. Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. And you intend to accuse Chief Gant. You'll need more than just words. Show me your proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Well, final fragment was found in Chief Gant's safe. I just found this in the safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? The pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing the evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, seems I got blood in the victim's shoe as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? Yeah, so she needed to conceal that knife, so she had to replace it. But she was aware that she was still under watch from the whole thing. It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in the muffler, making for an incredibly more sensational news story. The mass media at large has lapped up since that moment in time. Thank God the press never got a hold of this case. And it's not exactly publicized literally everywhere, as it's more dramatic revelations day by day. Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister. Tell her what had happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma. I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling. True it is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to patrolman Jake Marshall. Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on a escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. So did Marshall just drop off the badge again? And no one found it? Until, like, you know, we saw it in, like, clear, like, the wallet clear in view in the car park. He had to drop it back off, didn't he? I guess because he just didn't want to be, like, incriminated for dressing up as the guy. And then he realized, oh no, he's dead. Well, I better leave it near his dead body. If he just kept the card, he could have gotten away with a bit more, I think. He didn't need to drop it. That ID has been one of the biggest pieces of evidence of the entire case. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Here we go. It's time. The last trial. We've made it to the end. The final day. Trial former. Here we go. Defendant lobby, number 2. The final time. Let me just get some water in. I feel like there's a lot to be revealed in this case still. It's like, I don't know if Gant just murdered Marshall's brother. But, like, there's some kind of cover-up. There's something very shady from the fact that there's a body on top of the other. Like, that bit just doesn't make sense to me. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, no, it's Edgeworth. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 77 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has in her, it's now. Let's go. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is where the prosecution puts forward its opening statement. Huh? But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. He's here.
Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Uji, man. Back to the pool yet?
No, I've been drowned enough as it is in my own work.
Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Especially you, Wright.
Oh, shit. What's all this about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all the charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Oh shit! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. We're gonna cue for dramatic pause here, folks. You all know the deal at this point. Who's it gonna be that takes the stand next? Maybe I'll actually cast a verdict someday that's legally binding. But today is not that day. Here we go. Objection! Whoa! Who could have foreseen this? One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth! The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Calm now, Wordy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. Why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut?
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, huh? Not everyone operates as you do, Wordy.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Sky. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, Chief Kent?
Whitey, you'll live to regret this. Mark my quite threatening words. For court here.
Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister. I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark, of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He gave in fast. Yes, he did, Phoenix. He always gives in fast. For he has no credibility whatsoever. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Here we go. I was waiting at my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. Wait, stabbed in the chest? We clearly saw the knife in the back. Do we have evidence of that flashback? This is the thing, because we don't actually have a tangible photo of that crime scene, do we? Is it in the record? No, stabbed in the back. Yeah. We do have evidence. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodwin's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. Got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Okay. So, clearly the bit the press. Stabbed in the chest. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much as she can about this. Wait. Can I just present this now? Can I? Do I need to press? There is a contradiction here, but it's not letting me pursue that line of thought. Why? Stabbed in the chest? No, the report clearly says it was in the back. I don't know why that didn't work. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. The electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman what you saw? Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. Emma, is this your picture? Can I just like take it out? Like a magic trick. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I overtook the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew. That reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man. He stabbed him in the chest. I have the picture. Here we go. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence. Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, is this the card you were thinking of? The Tree of Diamonds! Phoenix, how'd you do that? That's the playing card I had in my mind. And if you look behind your ear, a penny! Where did you find that? This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Oh! What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me. Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart to form each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago. Only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Oh shit. Order! Order! But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. What? Edgeworth, in the 2 years you had that piece of paper, have you ever turned it over, even once? Even just arranging like your papers on your desk. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. But hang on, we could see him holding it. It was blank, but he's found something. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. Hang on. Where the fuck is it, Edgeworth? He's had that for 2 years. Like, Phoenix Wright is like properly pulling magic tricks at this moment. Wait, that handkerchief wasn't in my pocket. And for my next trick, Edgeworth, is this your watch? That was on my wrist this entire time. Phoenix, how did you take that from me? Next, Your Honor, I will saw the witness in two before your eyes and then put her back together. Oh, please work away, Phoenix. This courtroom is your stage for your magic wizard tomfoolery. You just really amaze us with everything you can pull. I want to see a rabbit come out of a hat soon. It's that thing. Wait, no. No, there's no way. That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. What? But Gumshoe made this. The Badger did it! Clearly this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. List of evidence in the SL9 incident. Half of this list was found in Gant's desk. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Why is the mascot there? He didn't exist. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Yeah, let's go. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see was shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about the murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Close. Okay, this is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see was shadows. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor. Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma, I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flash? After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. Okay, so it shows exactly what I saw in this instant. Press it. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out, or you might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Sorry, just 1 second. That's no window because an alarm keeps going off. Hopefully you guys can't hear it, but it's bothering me a bit. Mr. Wright! Is there something that's bothering you about this picture? No, it's not my alarm. It's like a distant alarm. I can just hear one that's just constantly blaring. Like, it's just really distracting. Huh? Oh well. That's strange. He claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. So let me check the autopsy again. Single stab wound piercing the heart or lung. Stabbed from the back. Think what it is. Save. Is that the yeah, stabbed in the back? That seems to more be the front though. Yeah, I think this is maybe the time for the report. Now's the time. Let's go. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? So is it the fact that it's the front? The only other thing I was thinking, right? Because they were saying that it's like the knife needed the tip. This is like a more square edge. But I think it's the fact that they're facing the front.
Take that!
I think it's this part here. I don't see what's so strange about that. That's because the drawing stinks, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, how could you? The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. Oh, shit. Hard arm of the law. I guess he means I shouldn't shift the blame to others. Yes, well, so long as the defense has learned his lesson. Better take another look at that autopsy report in this picture. Is it really the fact that this is supposed to be more of a knife? But like, it looks like he's killed him with like a 30-centimeter ruler. It does look like a ruler's killing him.
Take that!
Alright. The contradiction, of course, lies here. It actually is. It's just because it's a... So it's like technicality in the drawing. The silhouette looks like a ruler and not a knife. Like, I just chalked it up that maybe she just can't draw that well. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look so closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon. Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. That? Okay, I mean, I kind of like that logic. So he was stabbed multiple times. I like that logic. That actually makes a bit more sense than it's just, well, it's not pointy in the drawing. But no, but it still is that logic, isn't it? But this conclusion, I kind of see it. It still is that logic, but it's justifying it. So maybe it's not so questionable. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right! But what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence. You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. Shit. You can't deny the possibility. No. Order! Order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. Okay, she should have said that it was a broken knife from the start that she saw. That would have saved us a lot of time. That's an important... If she clearly remembers seeing a broken knife, mention that. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives? Another broken knife beside Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? This is on the trophy. Maybe he grabbed this. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. This is my badge, and it lets me catch the criminals in court. If anything's broken here, it's you. Huh? I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright, but may I remind you that the fate of Miss Lada Sky hangs in the balance. Sorry, Your Honor. Please give me another chance. I'm just really proud that I'm a lawyer. It's Edgeworth's knife in his toolbox. It was at the scene of the crime 2 years ago. Oh, it's like it was the Blue Badger, Your Honor. Oh God. Wait, no, he's saying it again. Is that not it? Oh, we only get one more shot. I don't get to save it either, so I gotta get this right. I'm gonna take my time with this one. Let's go through it all. It's not that. Not the screwdriver. That would be a bit random. Oh, the vase. But she saw a broken knife. How did she mistake that for a piece of a vase? I can't just show the vase, hang on. Let me check the evidence list. Fucking drawn when it's put together. Think, RT, think. I can't save it. I have to work this out. I'm gonna work this out by myself. I'll get it. Can't be the ID. The real murder weapon. I'm amazed it's not that. How is it not the trophy? Like the parking lot with Edgeworth's car. Evidence room floor plans. Oh, is this? This might be the spear. It's finally time, the pointy thing. The answer lies in the past. 2 years ago in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Aha! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding. Wait, no, it is the trophy. But I was right. I was right the first time. Why was I thinking it was a spear? He's like, you imagine you look at the other photo with the silhouette and like, Emma's just describing it. I saw him there. He was holding a spear. I think she noticed that, yeah. Well, somehow we lucked out here and it's just the trophy, but trophy picture 2. Yes, but also no. I was like so sure. It's like, yes, we got it. That one's the spear. Finally cracked the case. Like, you are correct, but also wrong. Don't tell me to save or I'll never do it. You guys know how I work. Thank you. I'll never do it. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing room was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order! Order! Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and a knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. Right. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. Are prosecutors... That sounds like they're supposed to have a weapon. Why is that a detail? It's like... Being a streamer, I do not carry a firearm. Like, is that related? I don't... Okay. This broken knife was the only dangerous weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! Wait, what? Hang on, we've leaped in the logic. What's going on? Yeah, but the prosecutor was the one who actually died! That's true. What's going on? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. It must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. What is going on? No. I don't know where this is going anymore. Like, Gat did it. But I don't know how. Like... When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. What? This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. Lana, what is the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! Goofy demanded silence in my court! I will have silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Oh. The Blue Badger was time traveling. They did it. Okay, when I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Press that. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast. And I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? There was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the Blue Badger. Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh brother, just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? Wait, was he dancing? Just in the hall? Is that being established at this point in time that the Blue Badger was not only present, but also dancing at the scene of the crime? What? This is a horror game? I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. I don't know where this is going. Oh, I'm so intrigued. His shadow. So you mean you didn't actually see his face? With its winning smile and all. That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means. Please tell us what this shadow really was. I don't know. What was that Emma saw when lightning flashed? Who is this Blue Badger really? I just might know. Here we go. The Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on the fateful day 2 years that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright! In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger look-alike. Not the trophy. The vase? Maybe? Maybe? The other thing is potentially the suit of armor, but I don't know if that casts the right shadow. That'd be real debatable. The vase is in this picture too. I'm trying to look at like the trophy silhouette and see if there's a way where like, it like even vaguely lines up. I think it is the vase. The vase is the only thing that is even remotely comparable. But it very much depends on how the shadow is being cast. The question is, do I show the vase? Or do I show the picture? Again, do not tell me in chat. I don't want any clues. I don't want any clues. All questions are rhetorical unless I say the key phrase. Well, I've saved it anyway. I'm gonna try the photo.
Take that!
Behold. In her confusion, the witness mistook this for the Blue Badger. The only person mistaking anything around here is you. Huh? This doesn't look like anything like the Blue Badger. Let's go back in time, similar to the Blue Badger. I know. Okay, so the vase. It has to be.
Take that!
It is! The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to... Wait, what? What's happening? Okay, we gotta line it up. Trying to just get it right. Hang on. N? I just need to turn it slightly.
Take that!
Oh, I didn't mean to press that.
Objection!
Right. I was trying to turn it. Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept this claim. Gotta make it look like the blue badger. Like that. Turn it round. Okay, we're almost there. I can kind of see it.
Take that!
No?
Objection!
Uh... Like that? The game's being very picky with this bit. I'm trying to line it up like that. That one looks right to me. Because you got the pointy bit there, you got these things here. Did I not do that?
Take that!
No, it's not that. How is it not that? Okay, too many people losing their minds. I don't want help. I do not want help unless I ask. You gotta respect that. Thank you. And the music will play all the longer too. Now I'm actually gonna ask now, because I just don't see how I'm supposed to line this up. I might ask in a mo if I can't get it, but you gotta wait for me to ask, 'cause otherwise I don't want to know. I feel like it's being real picky here. Like just upside down. Okay, yeah, help me out, chat. I'm happy to ask now. Give me a hand here trying to line this up. Am I along the right path, like, with it here? Let's start with that with, like, a base point. Yeah, this is the right path. I think it's just very finicky. So I need to turn it a bit from here. Let me just see. It's because, like, I've got to use, like, the tank controls, too, if I want to, like, fine-tune it. Like that? What do we think? Let's try it. We got it. Thanks, guys. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be. Order, order! Okay, we got him. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witness on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? It's a fair point, yeah. What does this show? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. It doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? Is the jar the real murder weapon? It has blood on it. But there is a knife too. He did get stabbed. I don't think the jar is the murder weapon. I think a knife did kill him. Like the thing from the trophy. What's the murderer mean here? Location. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Oh, it does actually show that, yeah. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? There is a notable amount of space between them. He probably shouldn't have got this moment framed. Now, who would have thought this would be so incriminating? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. This is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. And tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact that the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah! The suit of armor! Holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword! Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Huh. I actually didn't see this coming. Oh shit. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Oh, she's not taking it well. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who saw the victim's life and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Where'd she go? Oh. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. And that's... So because... Gant must have known what happened, so he used it as a position of blackmail and held it over Lana all that time. He must have known that this was an accident. But in some way he tried to kind of save her because she's just a kid. But also kind of twist it because then he's using that as blackmail. Oh, there's so much to unpack here. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. You certainly can't get dead people to testify, despite doing that in the previous trial. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. Is it in the evidence? Did he leave a record? I don't know. Let's have a look. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. Was he trying to write a message from the jar? Like, it's just blood. MS Guy's Prince is not the message. This is the only possibility it can be. But it's... Is this somehow a message? I don't know. Present it. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? I want to fire you so much. Like, the next trial, I'm gonna be accused of murder. Of this judge. And I'll be found guilty. Like, I'm not even gonna make a case. Like, he was just the worst, Your Honor. I get to say to, like, a nice actual judge who knows how to do his job. You have no idea how bad this guy was. And, you know, maybe I'll get a shorter sentence if I can present enough evidence of just how terrible he's been. Oh, is he just going to speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten that this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood in this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood in some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Do I have to, like, make a constellation? There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Oh no, I can kinda see it. Oh no! Wait. Do that bit. Wait, there might be another arrangement. Hang on. Oh my god! I don't think it's Von Karma in this case. I don't think it's... I don't think it's Von Karma. And I would have gotten away with it too, if it weren't for that meddling bloodstain on the vase. I worked with the chief again to deceive the courts after I committed the crime.
Take that!
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. This is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. He may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Oh, excuse me.
See, Wordy, can't say I didn't blame you.
Chief Gant.
You understand the implications of what you've done.
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in this case, were you not? Yes, Wordy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
I think he's got something stuck in his throat there. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice.
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone might say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! 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 The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. I have no idea. This is the last day of the trial, too. This is the last day. So, like, Emma did it. Accidental manslaughter. You sent an innocent serial killer to his death. Oh no. Yeah, we gotta keep going. Sorry, Edward. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting any pals. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. To top it off, you call me here. I've seen people happier people at funerals. We've had this line of dialogue. Take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. I'm gonna have to consult the textbook on how to be a lawyer. Surely I should know this shit already. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Alright, Mr. Wright, it seems so. Should at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. You should know this. You should know this, Phoenix. You're a lawyer. Like, I don't know, but like, if I was going in, let's just take it in a scenario. If I was going in to, like, say, a hospital, and I had to get, like, you know, brain surgery, and the last thing I see before going in for the operation is my brain surgeon flipping through the manual. It's like, oh, so that's how you do that bit. Have a look at this. I didn't even know there was this part of the brain in there. Okay, we're good to go now. Phoenix got his badge from a cereal box. That makes it all the more amazing though, doesn't it? Because he's so proud of it. This is my badge. Like, Phoenix, we've been over this. You just got it from a box of Rice Krispies. You're not an actual lawyer. Mom, look at my badge. Oh my god. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Oh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she's unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Okay, let's keep going. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planned to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls for a witness. But, I got something bad stuck in my throat. This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Can you do this in court? I propose an offer, Your Honor. We're going to switch sides a while, spice things up. I'm tired of prosecuting. I want some action on the defense side. Well, I suppose, Edgeworth, you know, we're all friends here. The banker is calling. Oh, we seem to have an offer on the phone. Hello? Oh, it's the banker calling in. He offers you £20,000 to rest your case now. Or you can keep going. Offer stands 20k. What do you think, Phoenix? Well, I think box 12 might have the murderer in it. So I think maybe we should continue this trial. I don't know if I'm ready to call it just yet. But it is a lot of money from the banker. You think Noel Edmonds, like, just deal or no deal? Imagine like a court of law that's just ran that way. That's all I can picture now. We might as well, like, this fucking courthouse is gone to shit anyway. Who knows what's happening anymore? Oh, that is settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls. Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. No, I can't. It's Damon Gant. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Here we go. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Wordy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
All righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Gant's gonna take out a fucking gun. Weapons?
Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. What if he just says no and walks away scot-free?
I don't want to talk to you.
Well, we've lost that witness. Like, why would he agree to this? He has nothing to lose. Well, no, he does have something to lose if he testifies, but nothing to lose if he walks away.
I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. Make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Why did you withhold evidence? Is that when Dark was arrested?
And he was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head.
What? No, everything is not clear cut. How did he bang his head? If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, I better hit him hard and fast. Nothing is clear here. He slipped up. What do you mean by that? The two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first, when Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. Guess you could say he got lucky.
What's this about a power outage?
All that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that white knife went into his heart, though. This is really in poor taste of me to say.
That's not funny.
I went to my office, I found Lana there.
Could you tell us what you saw?
It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together.
Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor.
Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, you must have already known what her sister had done.
Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. We have to press these things. How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved.
That means you found the body near Lana's desk.
That's right.
But I was thinking, it's like, why would Lana frame herself? But I guess if the statue was there, she wants it to be unassociated with that.
I think you said earlier, my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Okay, these were found in your safe. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. That's why I had 2 pieces of evidence hidden in my private safe, with a poorly held lock code, just to make sure they were secure.
Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. You're going to stare at anything. You're better off staring at the court record.
Wordy, always the smooth talker.
Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence. That can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. But there was a piece of the vase that was found in his safe.
Objection!
Has to be. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. I'm senile. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in this illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this?
Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Wordy.
So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me? What do you mean, you? That's right, I'm pulling the reverse Uno card at this point in my testimony. Let's see how this pans out.
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know.
I have witnesses. I have 2 witnesses.
Defense attorneys could do so too. Isn't that right, Wright?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Wordy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured that Dick will receive his due punishment. I'm going to play my music to him again. He's going to listen to me for hours.
What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and the relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together.
Is he taunting us? Queen, thank you for the gift sub.
Let's see, what was it now? Jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
There is literally a drawing that Emma made on the back of one of them. Mr. Wright! Yes, Your Honor. But investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you don't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief. Would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
Alright, Uji. In return, though.
I know. That place, right? What place? Huh? These guys are they telepathic? What place? What place? You can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery,
I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
if they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. But they weren't. Because of the drawing on the back. No. There is a... Look at the back of the paper, Your Honor. Look at the back of the paper. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced.
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however, clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know.
Come now, Righto. Think about it.
There's no reason I participate in a forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil?
I'm not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye.
Well, now do you see?
rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help. Really, Chief Gant. At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all of this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is that benefit?
That would be, of course, the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh! The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Ha ha ha! Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edward?
Yes.
He was going to be made chief anyway.
Ah, careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Wordy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I.
Well, where is myself and I? I'd like to call them to the stand to testify. Are they your alibi in this case?
There, it's out in the open now. Uji, would you mind if I change my testimony a little?
By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you.
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Ho, ho, ho. Oh, that's a good one, Wordy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? I mean, him and Lana were a team. I think maybe he did help out Lana originally, who kind of framed the crime differently. But then he used that position to blackmail and then eliminate Goodman, who was investigating the entire case again. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright! It appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. Yes, Your Honor, that is correct. That's all I'm getting at here. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gat may have helped forge evidence? I mean, it would have had to have been Lana. I think it has to be Lana. I don't think anyone else makes sense here.
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky! The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for the Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all this? He'll be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? First of all, this insinuates there's something wrong with being a puppeteer. Second of all, he's completely misunderstood the situation. This fucking judge. Even the audience, like, what's wrong with this guy? You must be puppeted as someone forced him to do his bidding. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as chief prosecutor, so you could control her.
Right on, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying I've done such a thing?
Lana, keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless, that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Wordy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get it hurt.
Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? 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 Order! Order! I said order! Mr. Wright! You can't be serious! This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency! To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder! That's impossible! Your Honor, I was merely reiterating. Just drinking my water. What Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? The chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder. Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Okay, save here. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Is it the victim's memo? I'm trying to think. There's so much fucking evidence. The switchblade knife. I mean, that was found at the crime scene wrapped in the defendant's muffler. I don't know which of these it is. I'm gonna try the knife. Actually, no, because we presented the knife. Is there any new evidence? For the murder of Detective Goodman, this piece of cloth has no bearing on that. Oh, the list! The list!
Take that!
This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean? I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of my regulations.
And I will determine Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the usage of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. I like to take a shit in the evidence room. I can't go if anyone's watching, so I make sure it's just me.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana's Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Is it the memo? I want to make sure I get it right. Think. The memo. No, there's got to be more something solid in this. On that day, Detective Goodman had to go see Chief Gant. Sorry to interrupt your mumblings, but the court is waiting. Okay, it's not that. Save it here. I gotta work this out.
Why don't you come meet with me tomorrow? As we could write up your letter of termination.
You did see Detective Goodman that day. In that case, Mr. Wright, show us the evidence. The victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Cell phone, maybe? Think, RT, think. I'm thinking. Can only be submitted to the chief of police. I'm staring him right in the face. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police.
Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. You needed to? Yes. Transfer the evidence out. Oh! Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him
There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on, let me guess what you're gonna say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly. But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Did he get struck by lightning? Chief Gant, you didn't. Murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in the right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How do you manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. There's no fucking way. No, it can't be. Did he use that to somehow, like, hide it out of the parking lot? To get it out of the office? Surely not. Wait, is it asking? Okay, help me out, chat. Question here is specific. Is the question that I'm being asked here, how did he move the body from the evidence room out of the police station? Or from the police station to the prosecutor's office? Like, which one is it asking me at the moment? From the police station to the office. Thank you. So he couldn't have used. It's not the fucking Blue Badger. There's no way. Oh, it's a screwdriver. The screwdriver makes more sense because Chief Gant requested it. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? What does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order! Order! What's going on here? Is there no room for review to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something.
I believe your time's up.
My time's up.
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special.
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? Police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
So he's just gonna say, no thanks, I'm off. I gotta go get lunch.
Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away. Don't make me laugh, Wordy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show you proof and get over with it. Get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. David Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor.
Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body. Save it. If Lana would testify, this would be a lot easier. Just saying. Just saying. Do I have any concrete proof? Present evidence. I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence. Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. SL9? Is it time for SL9? Murdered Goodman. I'm trying to think. Knife. It was found in the muffler. The Chief Gant murdered without a shadow of a doubt. Without a shadow of a doubt. Wearing a coat there, but that doesn't really show anything. Oh, I'm trying to think. Okay, what can we rule out? The ID probably doesn't show anything, because that was stolen. Trophy is irrelevant. Edgeworth's knife, nothing to do with this. Parking ticket, that doesn't show that he committed murder. Was allegedly dancing in the evidence room at the time of the murder. I love that description. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. There would have been time to move the body. I think that's it. So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof, as to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt. I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge. All right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? What do I think, Mr. Wright, is I'm gonna be late for lunch. Okay. We need another piece. Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body. Can I just say I have no proof yet? I don't know if that's correct. I feel like if it's giving me the option for proof, I have to present it. Okay. Let's think. Think. Neil? SL9? Security video? No. Marshall's footprints? No. We've used that. Nothing with the evidence lockers. The glove. Half-written document. Am I able to read the evidence book? No evidence shall be presented, shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. I don't think it's the evidence law book as evidence. Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. I just don't see what it is. I don't see what it is. I'm really trying to think. Like, the knife. Maybe it's the knife. It was wrapped in the muffler. Lana told me that she swapped the knives. Maybe. Okay. I'm struggling. Gotta present the evidence. We gotta get him. This can be solved very easily with an updated autopsy report. Is it simply the note? Am I overthinking it? Gant is the Blue Badger. Okay, the note's the only thing left to try. Uh-oh. Gonna have to, do a cheeky rewind here. What is the proof? That he murdered without a shadow of a doubt. It should be quite clear. Maybe it's just this and the pool of blood. There was way too much blood. Nope. I genuinely don't know what I'm missing here. I'm like actually trying, like, the cogs in my brain are turning. I'm not seeing it. Like, a hat, a glove. How does that prove it? I thought the knife would do it. I'm really surprised it's not the knife. You can check fingerprints, blood traces. It's not the autopsy report, amazingly. Well, let's get checking.
Take that!
The phone. I should probably make the save a little earlier. We can get it. I forgot to make the save a little earlier. Just think like Von Karma. What would Von Karma do? You idiot. You can't even figure out this basic crime. No, he just berate me. He'd just berate me. This parking stub proves that Gant's the killer. I don't know. I've never been this stumped on one too. Like, I feel like we've always gotten through one, apart from like that like odd fetch quest. Try the book. But I want to work it out and what the actual logic is. Edgeworth's knife?
Take that!
No. The answer is just confusing and stupid and simple in hindsight. Okay. Did I try the phone already? I tried the phone. Fingerprints. The blue badger. I'm just curious, like, because whenever we find this, what is the logic gonna be? Lana has said that, like he was already dead, but we don't have a testimony of that. Like, just the ID? Nope. Can we call the parrot as a witness again? You just gotta smile through the pain. But in my head, I don't want to ask what it is, because I want to understand what the logic is here. Behind the item. And that's what I just don't get. I don't see the logic. The shoe. The thing is, I would ask for a hint, right? But if I ask for a hint, someone's just gonna straight up say what it is, or it's gonna be too obvious a hint. That's my fear. Like, so if I ask for a hint, someone's just gonna say, hint, it's the phone. Like, I've tried so many of them at this point now too. ID card record again? He was the only one in there? What the fuck is it? Did I do the glove? I did the knife, I did the phone. I didn't do the glove. The glove doesn't show anything. I seriously don't know. I'm amazed it wasn't the autopsy report for Goodman. Like, it's not just the handprint that he's withholding. Like, that has nothing to do with the... That's not the murder itself. What the fuck is it? Trophy. I'm just gonna try them all. I don't want anyone to tell me what it is. I'm gonna try them all because I wanna see what the logic is. I do not understand the logic. That he murdered Detective Goodman without a shadow of a doubt. Oh, okay, I gotta reload a bit sooner. Get the new save here. I straight up do not see the logic. I thought it would have been that. It's not even the note. We tried the note. I presented the phone, didn't I? No. It's not the phone. Parking lot. This is what we call in the point-and-click adventure games, where you use every object on the obstacle until something sticks. Seriously, what is it? Floor plan. I tried the glove. The vase. What the fuck is it? Evidence. Have I presented every bit of evidence at this point? The screwdriver. Okay, help me out, chat. Do I have the item? No. Fuck you, game. This is the book, Your Honor. No. That's frustrating. Because you just think, it's gotta be something. I'm trying to work out what the logic is. I'm just not seeing what the game wants me to do here. Let's just step away from it entirely. We went down a rabbit hole. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
COG.
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Uji, I'll leave the rest to you.
He's getting away. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Lady Luck, huh? Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? You may not be willing to tell the truth. We can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor, the defense calls for... Is she gonna even talk to us? We could have done this from the first fucking trial. The defendant, Miss Lana Sky. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task, to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen, good Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. I'm not guilty of blackmail, by the way, and there's no evidence of blackmail you can possibly find. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
This isn't good.
Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I've got a lunch date to meet.
He's totally innocent, Your Honor. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Oh my god. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Just a quick check. Because I realize I've been streaming a while. I gotta go refill my water. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. How much longer do we have to go? About how much do you reckon? Like, is this really the last trial that we're going in? This is the final segment now. Okay, that's fine. That's all I need to know. We're gonna do it then. Okay, we're in for the long haul today. We're doing a long boy stream. Because we're doing a long boy stream today, I'm gonna very much see how I feel tomorrow about streaming. I might just take the day off, and I think that's understandable if I do. I'll keep people posted on that. But yeah, I want to finish this tonight. I'm too curious. Let's get to the bottom of it. 2-minute bathroom break. I'll be right back. See y'all in a moment. Hello. I'm back. How you doing? I got my water. Keeping my throat hydrated. Important at this point because we've been doing like voice acting for like 7 hours now. I've been loving this. I'm so excited to get to the bottom of this. We're in the home stretch. Not much further to go. I'm gonna chance opening back up the chat too. Just be good, guys. Okay, I don't want to have to pop that on again. It's good to have you back. Yeah, be good, lads. Be good. Good to see us. Okay. Final part of the final trial. This is it. We're finishing Phoenix Wright tonight. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edward. Oh, I have to do one thing just for my sake. Hang on. And that is... I need to flick a switch in OBS. We're good. That chief. He's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Ah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. He's moving in. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean... Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the Chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma, are you okay? Oh, she's finally back. I forgot. Yeah, she got like detained, didn't she? We've lost her a while. Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all, just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. I mean, you didn't mean to, but... You did, but you didn't mean to. How does it feel to be a murderer now, Emma? Well, scientifically speaking... Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. We live in a society. I want to know how I got these scars. The final trial. This is it. Trial ladder 2. This is the last bit for realsies, yeah? Just to make sure, because if I start this, I don't want to just find out, yeah, there's like 5 hours left. Like, okay. We're good. Let's go. Now then. Will defendant Miss Lana Sky please take the stand? Goofy's getting a bit hoarse today. He's having a bit of trouble retaining his voice. Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now, in your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication. Let's go. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found out Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana! If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. When she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside me. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. This is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Let's go. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. Objection! No, you didn't. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. He was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana. Well, that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. When Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. Okay. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems like I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. Yeah, wait, so she didn't arrange that bit. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. Oh, okay, right, so she's being really specific with this now. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Wait, so which knife did she plant then? Did she plant the knife in his, like, from the trophy? Or was that the other knife? There's two knives here. Was it the trophy knife or the other knife? I don't know. Why did you plant the knife? Let's all talk about the knife. Why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason this guy fabricated the knife. He knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. What? So he was stabbed twice. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did. So wait, she put the other bit of the knife in, but then is like wedging a second knife on top of that. How is that actually working? So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence. She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. Got to get Lan to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. I knew the tip of the weapon would found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. But there's another knife. Okay, so Marshall's been stabbed like 3 times according to this testimony. First he got impaled on the spear, then he gets stabbed with the other knife. We swap that knife, but leave the end in and stab him with the trophy. Like, there's too many knives. Like, this man's a fucking pincushion at this point. Oh no, she's claiming there was no spear. Yeah. So she found the trophy knife in him, took that out, and put the other knife bit in. So what bit am I even pressing her on here? I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. There's so much here. Why did the vase break? When did the vase break? many times did this man get stabbed? Had nothing to do with Emma. I don't think that's true because of Emma's fingerprints.
Objection!
Nope. I'm gonna struggle again on this step, I can already tell. I can already tell I'm gonna struggle again. I'm gonna have to press it again. I need to. Okay, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that point might point the blame away from Dark. Felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. You bury that. We have the tip of the knife? How did it do? There's no truth to this blackmail theory. Well, there is. There's 2 bits of proof right here. The face. My God, I'm really struggling. I worked alongside Gant for years. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that'd be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. Must have been good coming from the same school as me. Damon Gant was a respectable detective, that's why. Think about it, Miss Sky. Yeah. I'm going through this again. I think I missed something. I stabbed Detective Goodwin with a knife. Fabricate the evidence. Sister became a victim. I didn't want to ruin her life. Self-defense, traumatized. Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. When you arrive at the crime scene, first person to discover it. This seems to be the important bit. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. And this just didn't happen, apparently. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. I'll never change this statement. He was killed by Dark. What happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. That was lying on the floor a little distance away. Probably knocked away in the struggle. So and then she moved it. We've had all this dialogue before. I'm just trying to see what's the point I'm supposed to press on. Why'd you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. The body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Okay, so we've got another hook. Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already. Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. That's an important detail. Because if Emma's name was written in blood on the jar, presumably by Marshall, someone then has to have come back in and shattered it. Or he wrote it and immediately shattered it. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. It was broken during the struggle. So how was Emma's name written on it? What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there is more to it than that. It must be a contradiction or something. It's the jar. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. How was Emma's name written on the jar if it was shattered? Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar. We got him. Order! Order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. The jar and the message in the blood. More testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in the blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. This still doesn't make sense, because why was Emma's name written on it? If the spear incident did not happen. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. It was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. But you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? Seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. Safe, I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. But there was enough time for you to fucking position the bodies and like stab the guy and insert a knife and... Yeah, the fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. We found one in the safe.
Objection!
Miss Guy, I believe this jar conceals the truth even you were unaware of.
What?
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off him. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! Can you believe that? Judge, this is a critical moment in the trial. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that! There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? He's a good lad and he's helped me find my dentures before. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for more 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No! Why am I taking this so hard? I'm supposed to be impartial in this court of law. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. Well, why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, Spare and Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. One plot hole. One very significant plot hole with this train of thought. Why was Emma's name written in blood? If she specifically did not kill him. Like, did Marshall really just fucking hate her? you imagine? Like, he's just dying. He's like, well, she didn't hurt me, but... Oh, no. I think I've worked it out. Gant is the one who wrote Emma's name. And that was to get a position of power over Lana. Then position her as chief prosecutor so that he could control everything. Okay, case closed. Right, we got it. Here we go. Grossberg got there first. Your Honor, there was another person at the crime scene before Lana made it. Ah, the days of my youth. I was just making the rounds and going for a stroll around the office block. But when the power went out, couldn't really see anything. I found this piece of jar in the office and I just took it with me, you know, a little keepsake. It smells of fresh lemon. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem like the type that likes to twist the truth. What? How can I fire you faster? Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, Wright? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright. The court may testify once more for the final time until the next one. Because God only knows there's going to be at least 3 more people we have to call to the stand. It's just the way proceedings go in this courthouse. We're a mad one. The mad courthouse, that's what they call us. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable! The body was impaled on the armor sword! You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What, to me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I entered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. It's in the book! Wait, did I ever open the book? Can't open the book right now. Well, this looks bad for me. Your Honor, I think it's in here somewhere. Let me just save it. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Oh my God, it's the bird. It's Detective Bird. Okay, let's oh, can I start by opening the book? Oh! Hey! There's a picture in here! Oh my! This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Oh shit. So he was on the spear. Mr. Wright! That picture cut out, that piece cut out from his vest. Could that be? The clot we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this? It's a handprint. Oh my god, so this is when Emma pushed him. From how it appears, that clot, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. But, Emma, that's you. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. As long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. This is not good. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled in it. Hello?
Come now, Uji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant!
What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too?
You weren't even called to the stand, Chief. You're not allowed just speak before us like this. There should be a bailiff that takes you out of the courthouse, but oh, you know, we're going for lunch later. Oh, what the heck, for old time's sake, you come on in, friend. You take the stand. You just make this place your own.
If so, I'd like to put in a word or two of my defense.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Oh shit, Edgeworth's out for blood.
So what? You think I'm worried? Don't mind that lightning scream I just did. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't, but someone does.
Someone?
So what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves you knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death.
If Emma was unconscious, he could have set this up in such a way where he just like took her hand or something, popped it on the clot, and that's why he kept it to have the leverage. It's still possible.
Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is that true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Here we go. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? I think we follow the evidence for now because it will show up later otherwise. I think it's going to it's inevitable that it will show up, but I still don't think it's Emma. He kept this because he knew that he envisioned this scenario. It was like this final piece to prove that it, like to place the blame on someone. Show the evidence. Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence. Alright, the time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the chief's. Now, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. I'm going on a leap of fate here by presenting this. Although I do have the photo, but I don't think the photo doesn't depict anything extra that would actually help. Okay, I gotta follow the trail. I have to follow the trail. It's a piece of leather cloth. Yes, it most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left in the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Rido has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they? They're Miss Sky's. Miss Emma Sky's. What? They're mine. So I really did do it. See, I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Oh, you do though. Now, Gant, you're being cheeky here. You really expect me to believe that? But give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No. It appears we have our killer. No. No! Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all— Wait, whoa, 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 whoa! What? That's it, you lose. Game over. Wow, I can't believe Emma did it. What a turn at the end. They were guilty the entire time. No. Go back. No, I can't show that piece of evidence. I'm gonna be on. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. Chief Kent! You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know his fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Kent? Can't figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. Oh, he fucking made a copy. Wait. Does he have the picture as well? How did he have a copy of this picture too? See, the victim's vest knows anything odd about the chest area. It looks like part of it's been cut for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto.
Well, can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you admit to it? Well, it seems this was the correct line to go, because... Oh shit, no, he's got a testimony.
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her?
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that's when she saw the scene she would ask for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky?
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
I tampered with the crime scene. I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why?
For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for the murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead, while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for, fool? I didn't make police chief dumb by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. Half of the M. I probably could have taken like maybe the other half of the M and the A. That probably would have been a better piece, but you know, the adrenaline was pumping. Made a snap decision. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too?
Ha ha ha. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Kent? That you were hiding the clot you cut off the victim's vest in your safe?
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Righto. Should have known it then before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Let me save the game. Show evidence. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Yeah, all right then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. I think it's the book. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant. Will this hold up? Will this hold up? I don't know. There's the blood. Half of this list was found in Gant's desk. I'm trying to think. What is it? I mean, yeah. Is it the tip of the trophy? This badge never helped. Well, this memo never helped. Let me read the autopsy report again. Single stab wound. I mean, I can show that, but if I show that, I'm in trouble. So I don't think it's that. Wait. No, there's nothing on the other side of it. Okay. Someone left an oil stain on the fabric. Whoever it was, they must have a really oily hand. Mr. Wright, think about it scientifically, huh? More likely explanation is the person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor, getting wax all over their hand. Well, that would account for this amount of oil, I guess. Don't see what's so scientific about it, though. It happens, you know. I always slip on floors at school after they're waxed. My God. Oil. There was nothing on the other side. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Is it the switchblade knife that Lana was trying to hide? Here we go.
Take that!
Mr. Edgeworth, your opinion, please. I think Mr. Wright's humor has improved at the expense of his defense. Better polish up your defense, Mr. Wright. Come on, Mr. Wright. You remember that thing with the murderer's handprint on it, don't you? There's no way around it, Mr. Wright. Now let's try this one more time. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Do I just show it again? Like, do I just... Emma, you're really fucked. Let's just see.
Take that!
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. Last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the letter. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged? It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Wordy. What?
Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Wait, have I changed it? It's gonna come down to the evidence law book. It's gonna come down to the evidence law book. That's the final key. So we're gonna discredit this evidence somehow, I think. Okay, so I have to keep going. Do I say Emma or Gant right now? I think I still stick with Emma. I can't save it. We're past the point of saving. You're not allowed to do it anymore. Okay, let's go. Emma, Sky! What? They're mine. I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh, ha, ha. You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you monster? Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet.
Ah, but I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence that my friend is a serious offense.
But you concealed it too.
I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer.
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh, and what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. It does?
What a contradiction! What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Better save it just in case it doesn't end here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Behold! Is now evidence law time? The piece of evidence that contradicts its clot is the clot, because it's oily. Let me check the clot again. This is a handprint, right? Yeah, someone left behind no on the fabric. He must have had a really oily hand. Think about it scientifically. More likely explanation is the person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor, getting wax all over their hand. I'm trying to think. It's a waxy clot, right? So I'm thinking the floor has been whacked, it's slippy. I think Marshall fell on the spear. I've got that much. But I don't know how to show that. Please just ask for help? Specifically no, because you said that. Thanks, one guy. We're all going to suffer now because of that one guy. It's not how I operate, my man. Okay, let me think. I'm out for blood. Piece of evidence that contradicts the cloth. Is it just the cloth again because it's waxy? Like, I don't know. Or is it just evidence law? Let's try evidence law.
Oh ho ho. It's fun watching you squirm, Righto.
This piece of evidence doesn't seem to contradict something. Your outward appearance of mental sanity. What am I doing? This clot was cut from Prosecutor Marshall's vest after he died. And something's definitely not right about it. Well, it was cut, so it has to be one of the knives. It has to be this knife. No. I think I'm just massively overthinking it right now. Wait, was it cut before? Because of the blood. Oh shit!
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood in his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood in it. Got it. Yeah. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that he then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue, and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago, that you personally cut out this bloodless piece of cloth from the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer.
Yeah!
It's over. Objection?
Oh, righto. You almost had me.
What?
Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Order, order! What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Uchi. Earlier, old Rido here concealed that piece of cloth.
So what's your excuse, Rido? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence, despite me vouching on the claim that it was legal evidence to prosecute the child.
But that's not fair.
Ho ho ho! Did you actually think you could beast best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth. True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. My high school textbook I brought from when I trained to be a lawyer. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? All this time, the trump card we've been holding on to, that you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth. I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point.
Aha, so the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Uji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe.
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present this evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. It's so incredibly tempting to just present my badge in this moment. But I can't save the game. And I will throw the entire court case aside if I present my badge right now. Your Honor, my final piece of evidence that proves that this clot is legal is because, Your Honor, I am a lawyer! Well, it seems your very existence is illegal. Huh? You've lost it, right? All this time I thought you were using the chief's knowledge of the law to trap him. It looks like you're the one who got trapped. I guess I should just stick to what I'm used to. I never expected to hear that come from a defense attorney. Hang on. Wait, no, I've done it wrong. Hang on. Oh, I butchered the joke. I butchered it. Hang on. No, that's not what happens. Hang on. Okay, let's go back. We need to rewind time. We need to rewind time. Uh-oh, it's not letting me rewind. Let me rewind it. Time travel has failed. Okay, we're good. No, I didn't, Your Honor. Okay. Out of spell slots? You utter fool. Okay. Let's go back to where we were. They're all freaking out. Thankfully, I don't know why I need to present my high school textbook to validate this. They should know the law. He's the judge. Me presenting this means that he doesn't know the law.
Take that!
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence Law 101 for dummies. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at this point in time, this is merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of cloth evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the clot and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes.
No!
It was then that you approved this clot as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this clot. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. No. If my neighbors heard that, they're probably really freaked out.
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he'd been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman.
Yeah, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm going to hand all of this over to Marshall.
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me. I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would only lead to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. You broke your trunk. What's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leave my capitalistic tendencies out of this, Gant. Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker?
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments in the glove?
Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Wordy. Why do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. We're not so different, you and I. We got a lot in common. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring 'em down once you go try do it alone. I'm your future, Edgeworth. I am what you'll become. And you can run from it, dread it, but you cannot escape it. Well, it looks like it's time to say goodbye. That's all, folks. Oh, Uji.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damongan. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator, and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Uji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here, and Wordy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning.
There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damongan betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you can no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. Except just one. Why am I still employed in this court of law? I guess we'll never know everything. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. Huh. Don't waste your kind words on me. I don't need them. All I need is justice. Don't be nice to me. I have no friends. For I'm a prosecutor. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. You in particular, Judge. You fucking need it. Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor. You were innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you were still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Sure, all the prison sentences are unquestionably hanging over me now. I'll probably spend the rest of my life behind bars, but the metaphysical chains are definitely no longer constraining me. Although the physical ones I definitely feel bound. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. That is all. This court is adjourned. I hope I never see him again. We did it. At long last. It's finally over. The ring has been taken to Mordor and destroyed. Fun bit of trivia. This trial actually was longer than the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy. So, me joking about that is very real. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't completely off the hook. Well, at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now after the trial ended. You can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it all, you called me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Haven't I said this exact line of dialogue like 3 times already? Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. I'm not even employed by the police department anymore. How I got hold of her in custody is anyone's guess, really. The trial just ended, so I clearly haven't been rehired just yet at this point in time. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago. Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Aunt to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me! No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day, and hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis! I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy. Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Ah, bless. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on to a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you. Both, for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth! Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. Spies, criminals, I can feel it, you and me.
We're the same, you and I. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring him down once you try to go it alone.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant, your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true. But think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. I can't. What was the actual crime? What was the actual thing? What was the actual thing? Please, God, help me out, chat. I'm gonna click the badge if I don't find it. What is it? What is it? What is it? Oh, it's the drawn. It's the drawn. We had two halves. Do it, Daniel. Do it. You know you want to present the badge again. You know we want to do it one last time. Von Karma, no! I gotta break free from your shackles. Edgeworth's moving on, and so must I. You can never escape me, Daniel. I will always linger, for it was I that influenced you with the badge. Von Karma, no! That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emmer's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth! If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, Wright. What I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. That sounds like he's going to jail. That sounds like he's gonna commit a crime. Farewell. I better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Studied it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Another high school textbook. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Oh no, he actually busted him out. He still is fired. I was joking about it. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, do you think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Objection!
That's it. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days as the prosecutor's office. Still, I've managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. We made it to the end of Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easy. Gotta catch up with everyone. We're probably just gonna cut to Edgeworth and he's like cleaning his car. Because, you know, there was a body in there. Oh no. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. It's been a hell of a journey. I have loved playing this. Why do we have to check in with you? What? Well, the mascot continued to stare creepily outside the police station. He's dead! Yes! Oh, the best ending! We got the good ending. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Gonna take my own water. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. I paused there for some reason. I don't know what's going on. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout scene. It's a hot seller during exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. God in heaven forbid ya. Yeah, she just like, is she like claiming that she invented like sweet and sour? That's all it is. She didn't invent that. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Ah yes, he told me to go get a real job. He told me I'm so useless at my job that I should just retire. And honestly, I have reason to believe him. Because Jesus, I seem to just be going senile. I'm forgetting everything in my brain. I have no respect for that man. I've none. I didn't even want to read what he had to say. I have no respect. Ah, nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a fully fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. Maya. He's still training. In university, it's considered to be the best judge because they always hands down the right verdict in the end. I strongly disagree. Mr. Edward. Mr. Edward. I brought you your tea. Huh? What's going on? Oh no, Edward's gone. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Wait, there's something in here. My God, it's another photo from a crime scene. That's very cute. But there is a crime there. She did steal her hat. Sent it by Capcom. And that's it. we have finished Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. That was a hell of a final case. That was a hell of a final case. My god. Absolutely loved it. I hope you guys did too. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming by tonight. Thank you to everyone who subbed and gave bits. I do hope people enjoyed that. Thank you to everyone who recommended me play that game too. Because that was the result of a poll earlier this year. I might do the second game someday. I haven't decided just yet. I definitely want to take a break. And if I feel like going back to it at some point, I will. They're quite demanding to do. So I wanna pace myself properly if I'm doing more of them. But yeah, for now, that's where we're leaving it. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming by today. I hope you enjoyed it. Long boy stream. I'm gonna rest up after this. I'm gonna make the executive decision. I think as well that I'm just not gonna stream tomorrow. I think I'm just gonna rest up a bit. Because we did almost stream for 9 hours today, which is a little longer than I thought it might be. Instead, I might do a stream on Monday. Like, I still want to stream, but it's like I just need a day's break after a super long stream like that. Because if I stream tomorrow, I'll probably, like, just really hurt my throat. Like, so I properly need to rest it. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Tomorrow is break day. Next stream, potential Monday. I'm still sick too, which is something to bear in mind. So keep an eye on the Discord. I'll post in advance on Monday if I'm streaming on the day. Should be about midday, 1 o'clock. I'll give people a shout. Thank you very much, everyone, for giving 1,000 bits right at the end. Amber, thank you very much. Thoughts for 3 AM, thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who gave bits. Thank you to everyone who subbed. It's been a journey. You know, when it's all said and done, I'm gonna miss Von Karma. I'm gonna miss him. It might not be a while before we encounter him again. I don't know if he's gonna make another appearance. It was I that must leave you now. I orchestrated this emotional attachment this entire time, only to betray you in the final moments. Now you will never hear me again. Von Karma! You bastard! Okay, let me see who's raiding. let me see who's raiding. Well, who's streaming? Oh, great! Brian is doing Irish GeoGuessr again. That's fucking amazing. I'm gonna leave you in the care of Brian, aka Mr. Terrorizer. He's playing Irish GeoGuessr. Go say hey. Send him some love. Thanks for coming tonight. Have a good weekend. See y'all and well.